Alright, so you may have noticed that I started later than I normally would, and that's because my controller broke and I had to go out and buy a new one. So hopefully things will go more smoothly from here on out today. Last time let's see, recapping the last episode. We boarded a train with William and Daniel the robot, went into a mushroom forest, then had a ghost version of our train catch up to us and put us into a time loop, went to Monk Hollywood, a train of monkey movie producers, did a whole bunch of filler, and then fought Solomon, who revealed that he and the Harvesters, which I guess are whatever group he's with, are... their goal is to replace humanity with a more advanced civilization, which is kind of what we knew already. And then eventually wound up here in the Isle of Time, because we were trying to get to Esther City, which is supposedly some super advanced city where everyone's immortal, but instead we're in the Isle of Time and just got warped here all of a sudden. And we're at the funeral for who they say is Solomon, so we don't know if this is the same Solomon or not. Still have a lot of thoughts on the game, but I think it would be better to leave that for the end of it. So I'm going to guess we've got 2 streams left before the game's over. And so with that, let's get to it. John, my boy. Get your asses on over here, you two. We about to set sail. So we went through some sort of like time blink and wound up here without knowing who the heck anybody is, but it seems like everyone knows who we are. But what about dear Floyd? Bloke said he wanted a bit more time on the island. The poor bastard. Losing Professor Solomon really did a number on his heart. Chaps, don't you be paying that old tin can any heed. It's time we weigh anchor. Especially you, John, my boy. Plenty of work awaits you back on solid ground. Har 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 har. Excuse me, but... Tain't time to be asking questions, my dear. Don't you remember the pirate code? Treasure unsurpassed, no questions asked. Har 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 har. Come on, lads, it's time to hit the waves. Oh, I'm sure that flag will be effective. Make sure you close the door and good night, ye old pothead, else the wind'll blow you right off. Har har har. Fog's awful heavy out there today. Be careful, Captain. Hook, hook, hook. Chapter 7, The Turn of the Century. Come with me, you two. We don't want you to be keeping our client waiting now, do we? Har 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 har. Sit back, me old friend. Brought some workers for ye, I have. This little one's Sam, and this one with the grand mustache is John. That he be, you wee jackanape, my boy John. A couple of rough and ready, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed workers if ever I've seen some. You two listen to Sit back now, you hear? He be the expert round here. But we need to go find Isabel. Right then, Sit back, my boy. You go easy on these greenhorns now. Don't want to scare them away. Har 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 har. Don't go thinking that just because you know the captain, that I'm not gonna grill you hard. The work ain't gonna do itself. Now then, I've got 3 pieces of mail to be delivered. First, please deliver these 3 pieces of mail before you can escape the Isle of Time. First one, addressed to Lena at the Esther Hotel. Second one needs to go to Agu. He's an engineer. Around this time, he's probably over at Mama Jazz. As for the last one, it's going to be a bit more difficult. It needs to go to Guy over at Red Rocket Repair. And don't you go misplacing any letters again, got it? I want letter to hand delivery. Letter to hand. Da-da-da, obtained a package. Oh, right, and take this. Obtained Esther City Logistics. Which is a message in a bottle. Jack of all trades achievement. Starting from now, you're official members of the Lumpy Pirates. Well, all right then. Dock number 5. Obtained salt? No, advanced gear parts. Obtained. Okay. So is this Esther City or is this not Esther City? I guess it isn't, right? We're at some kind of port. Play Earthborn. Nah. You folks here to play Earthborn too? Well, it just so happens that people call me Professor Earthborn. Name's Achi. What? You don't believe me? Well, you listen right here, you young punks. I've been here since Earthborn was first created. And I've seen countless folks trying their best to figure this game out, but not a one of them understands Earthborn like I do. Have I beaten it? Of course not. I haven't even played it. But that doesn't mean I don't understand it on a deep personal level. Uh-huh. Alright, looks fairly straightforward. 3 letters to deliver. So I can go up? No, we can't. Once again, the music continues. Like, the music is the best part of the game by far. By leagues and bounds. It is just fantastic. Winter almost seems to last forever here in Esther City. Oh, it says Esther City, okay. But the warmth of the people here sure make up for it. Particularly after they've had a drink or two. Well, for supposedly the most advanced city in the world, this doesn't look any more advanced than New Dam City, so are we, like, backwards in time? Or are the rumors incorrect? Well, hello there. Our home is your home here at the Esther Hotel, though I'm afraid we're all out of rooms at the moment. Excuse me, ma'am, but wouldn't you happen to be Lena, would you? You caught me. I'm Lena, but what can I do for you, though? We have a delivery for you. Delivery? Oh, it must be that new album I ordered. Oh, it's just a New Year's card from Mom. Oh, well, thanks for delivering it anyway. God, your mom wants to give you a card, not a new album. Yep, see where she's coming from there. Nope. Nope. Oh, I can keep going up. The door's locked and there's no way to open it. One letter down, 2 to go. There was a treasure out here, right? Oh, it's over there. Okay. Johnny's Emporium? Really? Welcome to Johnny's Emporium, home of weapons that'll warm your heart. Okay, I cannot buy any of these upgrades. Found a gear part. Oh, you can buy tokens? Wait, token exchange. What do you mean token exchange? Oh, okay, so yeah, it's just buy tokens. All right. Oh, there's a path down. Oh, that's where you guys went. Is this place really so great when it comes to operations? You even have to ask? And after all we've gone through to get here. Just look at that snow, taking that smell of soot. This is the one and only Esther City. Then I'll finally be able to be a normal kid. Oh, it's Sasam. Greetings, both of you. Can you guess what we've found? This repair shop. It's here that we'll be able to have Daniel's operation. What? Oh, Daniel's gonna have an operation? Well, we're still missing a part. Yes, but the boss here has ordered the required chip. The operation shall proceed once it arrives. Ordered a chip. Ah. John, you don't think it could be this package we're supposed to deliver, do you? Okay. Welcome to Red Rocket Repair. You want something repaired? You'll need to book an appointment. We're here to make a delivery. Delivery? Then it's here. Boss, the chip's here. Guess this really was the chip. Tell him to come inside. Boss says come in. We can do the operation. Oh, really? That's wonderful. Come, Daniel. Coming. Hey, what are you staring at, huh? The operation's over. Let's head back to the Iron Carbine. Haha, is that you, Sam? I thought you were a snowman for a second. What are you guys doing here, huh? Come to think of it, it's pretty cold here in Esther City, huh? Then the operation went well? Haha, well, it went more than well. I feel wired. Holy cow, I feel like I could lift a horse. Hey, William, chop chop. I'm gonna leave you in the dust if you don't hurry up. Daniel's acting a bit weird, don't you think? Yes, it's side effects of the operation, I suppose. William. At any rate, I'm being called. I must bid the both of you adieu. Excuse me, but can I ask how the operation went? Went pretty smooth, however. Well, that chip we had express ordered, I think there might have been something wrong with the feedback circuits. It's supposed to enhance a robot's emotions, right? But if you enhance those emotions too much, well, everything becomes a bit exaggerated. Well, out of all the scenes that have happened in the story so far, that was one of them. Hey, this is Guy's repair shop. No one goes in without his permission. You two, delivering mail for Captain Pam, are you? All you'll find on the other side of this bridge is a train graveyard. Nobody you're looking for there. Can I not go up the ladder? Or the stairs? Guess not. Pleasure Bay. Oh, there's treasure. Oh, it's up there. I see it. Pavlova's Cakes. The taste of summer. Tomorrow's Kane will be a top-rate cashier, but today's Kane just wants to take a nap. You want something, you find it yourself. We can buy backpack expansion. Ooh. Well, let's buy that. Expanded our backpack. Yeah. More backpack expansion. Now we have 10 slots. We got the Monster Pack achievement. Vodka? One drink and you'll forget all about the freezing cold. Braised pork, full of power. Puff, a delicate and delicious treat. Or we can buy ingredients. We can buy sand droop, we can buy lettuce, cherry, milk, pork belly, fish, and then all these enhancements. Electric chili sauce. So what happens if I just buy like a ton of lettuce? Oh, they have a limited amount, okay. do we buy this fish? Yeah, sure, why not? All right, let's cook it up. Cook it up. Let's make cherry, fish, and lettuce. An amazing combination. Cherry, fish, lettuce. What is this gonna be? I'm gonna guess it's gonna be like a tuna wrap. Because the lettuce and the fish and then the cherry will just be like whatever. Droop fried rice. You'll never forget the first time you bit down on a giant piece of sand droop in this fruity concoction. It's kind of a wrap. All right, let's do sand droop, lobster, and octopus tentacle. Darn, so close. Steamed fish. Okay. Sand droop, cherry, cherry. Somehow that's a fruit pie. Okay. All right, fish, lettuce, sand droop. And then I'm out of ingredients. My timing's off on all of these. Droop fried rice again. All right. Well, all we got to do is buy one more thing, and then we can make a last meal. Oh, they have more ingredients all of a sudden. All right, well, let's buy all these carrots and apples. And I'm not buying cheese. 20 salt. Rip off. Clams. So that's 3. So we need to buy one more thing. Okay. Oh, they're selling pickles now? Crispy, refreshing snack. Pavlova cake. Luxurious cake well worth its price. Carrot. What if we literally just have 3 carrots and 3 apples? Vegetable stir fry again. Okay. All carrot stir fry. Triple apple. Will triple apple be apple pie? Yep, fruit pie. All right, and the last one, fish, lettuce, sand droop. Droop fried rice again. All right. All right, well, we're good. Our backpack is full. All right, so there is a chest down here. 150 salt. You heard the bird? Livy's supposed to give her presentation here tomorrow. Who's Livy? How could you not know the botany queen? I've been lining up here since yesterday just to make sure I get a good seat. What is the horrifying woman on the TV screen up ahead? What's that? A single person isn't a line. You think something as fuss budgety as that's gonna quell my passion for the botany queen? Mama Jazz. Here for a drink or two? I'm afraid I won't be able to join you. This guy here is allergic to alcohol, you see. If you want to drink, you drink. All I want to do is go home and sleep. Oh, don't be so cold. I'm not going anywhere. Anyway, care to hear about how my research is going? I recently discovered a new star, but I'm struggling to come up with a name for it. You're an author, aren't you? Help me come up with it. Why bother? Your boss will just veto it anyway. You'll never know if you don't try. Excuse me, but you wouldn't be Mr. Agu, would you? What? Why, yes, that's me. Why? Oh, great. We have a delivery for you. Delivery? Stupendous. This month's issue has finally arrived, has it? Let me see. Let me see. My article should definitely be in here. What? Why isn't it here? Do the editors not fully comprehend the value of my theory? I'm gonna leave in a second, but first, I have to admire the amazing guitar player. Look at how good he is. All right, where to now? Oh, back over there. Fast travel to there. Already finished, are ye? Quite the speedy little devils, I see. A natural talent for delivery. Now then, I've got one last thing for you to deliver. This one needs to go to Ivan at the Esther Hotel. Oh, we're time warping again. But he never got his delivery. Who knows what happened to the delivery people? Oh, we're back at the funeral. Were you a good man, a bad man? It matters not, for today you lie in the ground. Whether your name lives on or is forgotten in time, it's all the same to you now. Farewell, Professor Solomon. May you now become one with the past. How'd we get back here? John, my boy. I need you to deliver 3 things. Get your asses on over here. We're about to set sail. But what about dear Floyd? Yep. We've been through this. Excuse me, but take time to be asking questions, my dear. Don't you remember the pirate code? Treasure unsurpassed, no questions asked. Tar. Come on, lads. It's time to hit the waves. Hoisting the sail. Yep. What are we doing? Wow, this is like an existential nightmare. Imagine being trapped for all eternity in a time loop. You don't even know that each day is repeating. Come with me, you two. We don't want to be keeping our client waiting now, do we? All right, so how are we breaking the time loop? Wait, does that mean we retroactively don't have all of the items we picked up? John. Yep. Really? We gotta go through all this dialogue again? Alright. But we need to go find Isabel. Yep, okay. Here's the things to deliver. Don't go thinking just because you know the captain, that I'm not going to be really hard, the work ain't going to do itself. Now that I got 3 pieces of mail to be delivered. First one, addressed clean at the Astor Hotel. Second one needs to go to Agu, he's an engineer. Around this time, he's probably over at Mama Jazz. As for the last one, it's going to be a bit more difficult. Needs to go to Guy over at Red Rocket Repair. And don't you go misplacing any letters again. Got it? I want a letter to hand delivery. Letter to hand. And we obtained the package. Okay, but we still have all of our items, right? Yep. So that didn't get reset. Wait, what did that say? Fast switch. Yeah, we already opened the chest. We returned to the Island of Time. This time we're definitely going to figure out what's going on. It seems we're in some kind of cycle. We still need to deliver the same letters to the same people of Esther City. Yep, and it still wants us to do that. Surely we're not just going to do the same thing all over again. Surely. Welcome to Johnny's Emporium. Who are we delivering this to? Oh, I missed it. Is it over here? Oh yeah, it's the hotel. Well, hello there. Blah, blah, blah. I want a package from you. Delivery for you. Really, we're just doing the same thing again? All right then. Don't get your hopes up too much. What's that? Don't tell me you already looked inside, did you? Oh, it's just a New Year's card from my mom. I always get a little homesick this time of year. Okay, slightly different dialogue. Gotcha. We've got the chip for Daniel's operation. You the captain, guys? Boss, the chip's here. Tell him to come inside. Boss says come in, we can do the operation. Oh, really? That's wonderful. Come, Daniel. Okay, so the fact that we didn't see the boss, is it going to be Isabel and Alva? But I need to tell you something. It's about this chip. The chip. Yeah, it's, how did you put it? Something about the feedback circuits being over-exaggerated? Feedback circuits? Huh, you interested in robots, kid? Wait until we're done with this operation, okay? Then we can talk. Hurry up inside, would you, boys? Boss gets testy when he has to wait. When he has to wait. Okay, so it's not Isabel and Alva, then. And it can't be Solomon, because it said he died. Hey, what are you staring at, huh? Yep, I'm not a snowman. Well, that's weird as hell. Get out. It's like you knew exactly what I was going to say. Well, Sam's always been pretty mysterious. Haha. Time to get back to the iron carbine. Hey, William, chop chop. I'm going to leave you in the dust if you don't hurry up. Oh, well, I'm being called. I must bid both of you adieu. You know, it's weird. It's just like you said before, kid. There was something wrong with the feedback circuits on that chip. Then it really is just like yesterday. Yesterday? We brought your chip yesterday, too. Guess you don't remember. Huh. Anyway, is there anything we can do? Is the text seriously bleeding off the screen right now? Anyway, is there anything we call for Daniel to turn him back to Norma? There is, but we'll need a special chip. An emotion chip. Emotion chip? You wouldn't happen to know where we could get one, do you? If I remember correctly, the very last one is installed in a robot named Floyd, but he left to attend Solomon's funeral. Ah, he must be that robot on the Island of Time. Don't tell me you're heading to the Island of Time at a time like this. We certainly are. We need to find that emotion chip. That's the only way Daniel's operation will be successful. The problem is the ship. It only goes there once per day. So you're going to have to wait until tomorrow, which we can't do because we're stuck in a time loop. So we'll have to do it on the third loop. Right, we did not have a delivery for here. We had a delivery for over here. Mr. Aga, we have a delivery for you. Though, I think maybe you won't be too happy about it. Your article isn't there. What? Those damn editors, I should have known. That was necessary. Alright, timey-wimey. Can I please go up here? John, let's head back to the dock. The captain's waiting for us. Nope, can't do that. Alright, I can just fast travel there. Uh-huh. Already finished, are you? Quite the speedy little devils I see. A natural talent for delivery. Now then, I've got one last thing for you to deliver. This one needs to go to Ivan at the Esther Hotel, which we were already at, and you could have just given to us earlier. Timey-wimey. Yeah, we don't need to see this again. We know. Can we please skip? Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we heard it. We heard you, man. We heard you. You don't need to say it again. Alright, let's go talk to Floyd and get his emotion chip. I don't know how that will get us out of the time loop, but somehow it will. Weren't we just at the dock, though? Wait, that bell. Did you hear that bell just now, John? It's just like before back at the station. What in the world could be going on? Look, it's Floyd over there. You should have the emotion chip. Not even a flower for the old man. How depressing. Is this what those emotions humans are always talking about feel like? Excuse me, Mr. Floyd? Floyd, what a nice name. But the man who gave me that name will never say it again. I'm sorry. Hey, since seeing how you're so depressed, why don't you give us that emotion chip? That emotion chip. Not that guy again. I thought he was a good guy, I did. When his assistant asked me to help deliver the flowers. But I was wrong. Just take it, will ya? This thing ain't giving me nothing but trouble. I'd rather just feel nothing from now on. With Solomon gone, I gotta find a new job. You guys don't know anything, do ya? Your face. My face? How strange. And here I shouldn't be able to feel anything anymore, but somehow the tears won't stop. There must be something wrong with me. Time to celebrate! Oh man, crippling depression. Alright then, well, have fun with that. This would be a great time to have a joke. But no, we're just gonna have the exact same dialogue play out again? Alright. Unskippable, the same dialogue you've heard twice before now. Excuse me, but... Nope, you can't ask questions. Time to leave. Come with me, you two. We don't want to be keeping our client waiting now, do we? Yep. Har har har. Yeah, okay. We've heard this before. Yep. John. Yep. Blah. Here we got. Go listen to this guy. He's in charge. But we need to go find Isabel. Yep. Say the same thing again, Sam. It'll work this time for sure. Don't go thinking, because you're the captain's favorites. I'm gonna grill you. You're gonna work hard. Now then, you've got some mail to deliver. Hey, just deliver this stuff. Yeah, let's go here, deliver this, deliver that. It's more difficult. Yep, there's where you need to go. Can we go talk to the captain and get the thing we have to deliver to the hotel then? About this one for Guy. Yeah, I know. That guy's hell to deal with. But it's our duty to deliver every single piece of mail to letter to hand, so what do you gotta do? No, it's just the chip that he ordered, there's something wrong with it. We have the actual chip he needs. Huh, so someone actually gives a damn about that old bear? If that's the case, then give him the right one, I suppose. I just don't want to hear any complaints, you got it? Done with your work, Ari. It ain't the time to be lazing about now. Okay, nope, can't do it yet. Alright then. Can we fast travel over to where we need to go? Esther Hotel, boom. Delivering the thing. Here's your letter. From Mom. Delivered for you, Lena. Oh, excellent. That arrived much faster than I expected. Hand it here. Hand it here. Don't get your hopes up too much. What's that? Don't tell me you already looked inside, did you? Yep. We totally looked at your mail. Oh, it's just a New Year's card from my mom. I always get a little homesick this time of year. Bam. Fast travel over to here. Boom. We got the emotion chip. Wait, what? Emotion chip? Seriously? Yeah, Floyd gave it to us. Then you went to the Island of Time. Dang, you guys are really going all out. Those two must be pretty good friends of yours. Alright, come on then. Let's get the operation started. You guys too. Seems like you've got a pretty vested interest in this. Boss! I thought I told you not to let anyone in here. But they have the emotion chip. Emotion chip? Here. Okay, no one we've met before. This is definitely it. I have absolutely no idea how you could have gotten this, but I suppose now's not the time for questions, is it? Smith, let's do it. Yes, sir. Do we get to see the operation this time? Oh no, he's being Captain America'd. Energy core levels rising. Don't you worry, we got everything under control. Is that a GameCube console on top of their... We've got interferences on all frequencies. You think I'm blind or what? Daniel, you okay in there? I'm fine. Somehow it almost feels familiar, I guess. Well, William, are you there? I'm right here. William, when the operation is over, can we go back to Pot Rock Isle? Pot Rock Isle? Wait a minute. You are that William. Wait, we weren't aware that he was the same guy? You certainly know how to choose the best time for things. Quiet. Almost got you, little fella. Don't you even think about going nowhere. Core energy levels continue to rise. 200%, 480%, 1890%. I can't get it under control. These energy levels, it's impossible. They're over 9,000. The container's not gonna take much more. Stop the operation, cut the circuits now. Daniel, are you all right? What's happening? What's going on? Hurry, the system's overloading. Daniel. Daniel, are you okay? I don't feel any different than the operation. A simple miscalculation is all. Sorry, folks. I just never would have expected this little guy would have so much energy inside him. But then there's no way to fix me. Hey, don't go underestimating me that quick. We're just gonna need to find us a more suitable container is all. Then you'll be an ordinary kid in no time. Well, really? Really? Well, this has been quite a tiring day. Almost like it was 3 days in one. Why don't we head back to the Iron Carbine for now to rest? And thank you, both of you. If it hadn't been for you, we wouldn't have even gotten this far. Come, Daniel, let's go. Okay. And do let us know if there are any new developments. We'll be in the train graveyard. What? Let's go deliver the rest of the letters, huh, John? So that entire subplot was completely pointless? Nothing, literally nothing happened. Amazing. All right. Off to deliver the final letter. Why will time travel be different this time? Because we did a Daniel operation. Mr. Aga, we have a delivery for you. Though I think maybe you won't be too happy about it. Your article isn't there. What? Those damn editors, I should have known. Well, let's just keep doing the same thing, expecting different results. Nothing crazy about that. So, how'd your refriend operation go? I mean, it worked, but also didn't. It seems nothing's actually different. Arrgh, I suppose operations be like that sometimes. But so long as it didn't fail, then ye can call it a success. Ah, right. Just got in a new letter for you to deliver. Needs to go to... Ivan at the Esther Hotel? Arr, how'd you know? 'Tis indeed for that kooky old bloke. You deliver this and you'll be done for the day. Just leave it to us. Time paradox? No? No. Ooh, delivering this letter. Who is it? Excuse me, sir, we have a delivery for you. Scram! Probably that imbecilic journal with its pointless drivel again. Pretentious twits, all of them. Don't believe me, huh? Ha! I'll show them. I'll show them all. I'll find Isabel. Isabel? Did you say Isabel? Where is she? Do you know? You two know that woman? We came to Esther City to find her. Outsiders, huh? Which means she must also be from outside the time field. But what was it she hoped to find coming here? Excuse me, sir, but do you know where Isabel is? Couldn't the more pertinent question be, hey, you know about this time field? What do you know? First off, I don't know Isabel, okay? But I do know this. She came here, to me. If she wasn't after my research, then she must have been trapped by something. Trapped by what? How the hell am I supposed to know? You listen right here. I'm the greatest scientist in Esther City. Well, one of them. But anyway, if I say I don't know something, then I don't know it. But if there is some kind of clue out there, then surely Thomas would. Damn it, here it comes again. Huh? What's coming? Then go find Thomas. Thomas on the island of time. Do we really have to see this cutscene every single time? Can it just flash forward to, you know, after that? Mm-hmm. Yep. Are we actually going to have to deliver all the 3 letters again? We need to find Thomas. He's got to know something about Isabel. Is it that guy's Russ, so that's not Thomas. Okay. Okay, so we don't have to do that. Is Thomas one of the, Why is this scene different? The island of time's no walk in the park. You gotta go exploring. You best be prepared. Har 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 har. You're finally here. All aboard then, mateys. We set sail at once. We can't yet, Captain. We need to find Thomas. Thomas? Arrgh. On the tip of my tongue it is, but I just can't spit it out. Something important. Terribly important. Alas, well, you two go on then. These dogs on the ship can wait a mite bit longer. A little cold never hurt anyone, ain't that right? Oh. Okay then. Let's just make sure to save. All right. And we couldn't go this way before because it would always automatically put us in the cutscene the moment we came here. Yeah. Oh, I don't have ammo? And we don't have the Sonic Punk to top us up on our ammo anymore either, eh? Alright. Is that a skeleton, like, evil creature? Oh, there's something in here. Aha. Advanced gear part. Okay, so there's a lot of branching areas. What is this? Oh, it's an infinite bomb dispenser? Huh. Gee, I wonder what we're gonna have to use in this next area. Aha! Found octopus. There's an opening there, a very suspicious opening. Okay, so you can go right or down. Oh. Well, we can't journey down there yet. Don't know what that is. Okay, so that's a good way to fight that. Man, there are a lot of branching paths here, aren't there? Alright, so what we've learned from previously playing the game is never ever go exploring, because it'll just screw you by making you backtrack. So let's just go straight to the objective for right now. Was that really just a screen with one enemy that you can bypass? Whole screen of nothing. All right. The weather here, it's not cold at all, but wasn't it just snowing? I mean, I wouldn't say that it isn't cold because it is raining. Look at that helicopter. This has got to be the right place. Hello? Is Mr. Thomas here? Who is it? White hair, like freshly fallen snow. Mother? My name's Sam, and I'm not anyone's mother. You're not friends with that Solomon guy, are you? No, I guess I just been on this island too long. What is it you folks need me for, then? Professor Ivan told us to come find you. He said you might know something about Isabel. You wouldn't mind saying a bit more, would you? It's been a long time since I've heard this voice. This voice? What do you mean? We just came here from New Dam City. We're looking for our friends Alva and Isabel. Professor Ivan said you might know something about them. Hello? Huh? Oh, sorry. Just hearing you talk is giving me a complete sensory overload right now. Anyway, I can't say I know anything about these friends of yours. But something tells me I know we will be able to help you. Wait here a second. Psst, Sam. I think this guy's a bit weird. Alright then, let's go. I'll wait for you folks at the dock. But before I go, let me give you something. Ain't gonna be easy on the way back. We obtained... bombs? Great, you got a remote bomb. You can find it in your weapons menu. This island, it's got a few secrets. Might do you good to look for them. There's a few things might come in handy for you. Okay, so do explore. All right. You know, John's parka looks pretty comfy. Good for snowy weather. All right, exploring the island. Just completely bypass this guy. All right, so where have we not explored? We did go down there, right? Right? We couldn't get down there, if I recall. Oh, there's a thing here now. All right, where are we going with this? Inside the cave. Infinite bomb dispenser, all right. Oh, that didn't work. Okay, so we have to hit that. There we go. So how do we detonate it? Do we just hit Y again? All right. Isn't there a whole thing to do over here, though, first? Let's do this first. Oh, it's literally just the hint for the thing. Okay. Wait, did I thought this was just, like, turn on all the things. Is it literally a pattern that you have to do in order? And I just brute forced it. Okay. All right. Red, yellow, purple, green, blue. Red, yellow, purple, green, blue. Red, yellow, purple, green, blue. Well, this is interesting so far. Okay, so this is a boss arena. Got it. Ominous. All abilities have grown stronger. Okay. Should probably heal. So we can go to the right. And then we gotta go up. All right. think I'm off the mark. Gotten all turned around here. Yep. Definitely off the mark. Okay, how do I get up there? So I have to get there from there. I'm guessing you can't get to it via this screen. Okay, this is new. That's good. Where is the chest? What? There we go. So it's gonna be a gear part, right? Yep, found a gear part. So there's this whole upper area to explore over here. How do we get there? Let's see. So it looks like that upper path, yeah, we can't get to it from here. So we probably get to it from up there somehow. Oh. Okay. First off, save. So next is there's a path from here to the right. How do we get there? No? Because it's from this screen, unless you just can't get there from here. But then how do you get to the upper area? So let's see, the upper area winds from here down to there, and that winds from over there. Well, it doesn't look like I can exit screen right from here. Nor does it look like I can do it from over here either. My only thought then is that I've just completely missed something. Like, why is this area down here if you... Because we can come over here, but that's just that chest. Alright, gotta look for any possible way to get up. Yeah, that's just for a chest, so it's not that way. And then there's this lower area, none of which connects to the upper area. This is just a chest and doesn't get up here. So you get from here off from the side on the other screen. And you can't go down, so it has to be going to the right. Okay, there's no going up or to the right. So you have to go down. Which leads you to this screen. Okay, so going to the right is just back over there. And going down there just leads to the cave, which we don't want to go to. So there's also up here, but this doesn't lead anywhere either. Even from looking at the map, it doesn't look like there's any way to get up there. It either ends in a wall, yeah. Yeah, I don't see any way of doing it. I'm gonna guess we have to come back here later. Really? All right, let's just move on from now. You know, I just have to ask Thomas, don't it get boring on this island all by yourself all the time? The captain ordered me to stay here. The captain? You know, I just have to ask, Captain, isn't that a bit heartless? Thomas sure ain't getting any younger out here. Arr, Thomas, my boy. Aye? Has she returned? Aye. Then our long wait shall be coming to an end at last. How long has it been, eh? Already used up the last of my perpetual calendar. Haven't been able to keep track since then. That long, is it? Within the time field, everything feels like it were just yesterday. Come along with us, then things will be ending soon. Aye. John, my boy, the sea once again calls our name. The dripping the good Thomas knows of near-formed icicles. Let's weigh anchor. Today looks like it'd be an important day indeed. Har 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 har. Come with me, you two. We don't want to be keeping our client waiting now, do we? Wait. You folks wouldn't be able to deliver a few things. Oh, would ya? Sure, why not? I suppose I'd be willing to lend my delivery personnel to you for a spell. I've got a letter for Guy at Red Rocket Repair. One for Frank in the train graveyard, and one for Ivan at the Esther Hotel. Come see me back at the dock once you're done. Professor Ivan, Professor Ivan. Who's there? We've got something for you, from Mr. Thomas. Thomas, you say? Yeah, Thomas from the Island of Time. Give it to me now. Finally, after all this time, you've returned. How long has it been then, my old friend? To us, it was only yesterday, but to you, it must have been a lifetime. Alright, well, that was something happened. What's that? Delivery for me? Smith, let those two outside in. Let those two outside in. We can do the operation now. Wait, this isn't the chip, actually. It's a letter from Thomas. Thomas? Let me see that. Ha! I knew it. No operations today, I'm afraid. I'm going out. All right then. Oh, a new area? New area? The abandoned tracks. They don't look abandoned. They look pretty operational. Esther City again. Train graveyard. Oh, Frankenstein and a robot. I've got ice in joints I didn't even know I had. I swear, winter here in Esther City is just one long railroad with no end in sight. You robots have it made. I can't feel a single thing. And his name's Frank. You talk about that like it's a bad thing. It's not. I'd sure like to feel the cold just once. Oh, hey. Mail's here, finally. Excuse me, which one of you is Mr. Frank? Frank, damn it. Thought it was for me. Frank's this overgrown lump on a log over here. By the way, you folks think you could ask that captain of yours something for me? When's that lube oil of mine finally gonna get here? My bottle's gone and froze over. Need me a brand with a lower freezing point. Without it, these knees of mine will lock clean up. And once that happens, we'll just call me Robo Zombie. Ha. Frank, I didn't mean it, bud. Truly. You're not angry, are ya? Is that you, Mother? I'm not anyone's mother. Why does everyone have to call me that? My name's Sam, not Mother. Whatever, just take your letter. Yeah, why isn't Sam curious at all why people are calling her that? Come on, John, we're going. Wait, really? We can rest? All right. Rest? Yes. What's inside this train car? Nothing. All right. What's up here? Oh, is this the iron carbine? Yep. But we can't do anything with it, so... Oh, but it's blocked off. We can't get through here. Hmm. Can we go right the way? No, we can't. So that appears inaccessible right now. Eternal Tower. The deep shadow in the empty cage swallows up all light. Well, not explorable yet. Okay. How do we get that? Can we go from down below? Also, this train does intersect it, so can we walk through here? No. We can't walk from here either. Can we go through here? Aha! Advanced gear part. Do we have enough for an upgrade? Where do I find the gear parts? We have 3 of the advanced gear parts. So we could buy something. Can we warp? Yes, we can warp. So where is Johnny's? I think it's that one to the left of here. It's this one, right? Welcome to Johnny's Emporium. All right, what are we upgrading? So I don't see any reason to upgrade bombs or ammo box expansion or bomb box expansion. But we can't use the upgrades that we have on the flame upgrade. So that being the case, I would say ammo box expansion. Since it does seem like we eventually do run out of ammo. So let's just expand the ammo box. Ammo box upgraded. And then let's top off our ammo. Use to immediately restock your ammo and bombs. And it doesn't cost anything? Oh, because by upgrading, we automatically restock? Now, if I recall... Okay, we can't go through here yet. All right. Back to the dock. We finished delivering everything. You just missed them. Captain already left with Thomas. Heard them mumbling something about the... What was it again? Ah, right. The Eternal Tower. Not sure why, though. Nothing no one's to see there. There's not even a way to get inside since that door's always closed. Can't imagine what they'd be up to in a place like that. John, did you hear that? Let's go. To the Eternal Tower. What are all you guys doing here? Allow us to reintroduce ourselves, would ye? Captain Pam. Codename, Knight, at your service. Really? We've got an entire Ginyu force here, eh? Ivan here. Codename Monk. And I'm Guy. Codename Hunter. Thomas. Codenames Mage and Thomas the Just. Frank. Codename Priest. So not fair. Still can't believe Thomas gets 2 codenames. And I can't believe you're still bringing this up after all these years. Do we really have to say the name again? At this age, it's, well, embarrassing. Embarrassing, is it? And who was it that came up with the name in the first place, eh? Alright, I'm dropping the pirate voice. It's killing my throat. Enough already, you scurvy dogs. Now then, we are the Rocket Knight Legion. Wait, isn't that from Earthborn? On the money, us 5 were the originals. And you're our princess mother. Don't call me that, I'm Sam. Hate to interrupt all the fun we're having, but I'm afraid our time's quickly running out. The good man is right. Seeing all me mateys again has just about wiped the real issue clean from my mind. Har, 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 har. We've got a gift for you. A gift? If you would, Frank. Okay. The Sonic Punk. Greetings, lab assistants Sam and John. The Sonic Punk reporting for duty. Mr. the Sonic Punk, where did you go? I sustained damage due to interference in Esther City, but Master Guy repaired me. It was no trouble at all, really. Though I have to say, I would love to see whoever created this little guy. Not sure you could find talent like that even here in Esther City. Oh right, I may or may not have given him some new functionality. New functionality? Searching for Isabel. Signal found. Signal found. Oh my gosh, they're in the Eternal Tower. Who would have guessed? That's right, check it out. I call it the Time Anchor. Using Ivan's theories, I discovered some, well, let's just call them special things within the time field. They reflect projections in the form of standing waves, which is where the Time Anchor radar comes in. Its ground is about all that complicated wave activity, and latches onto the fleeting projections. And by the looks of it, he's already found something too. Come on, guys, really? You couldn't have waited till I was done talking? Looks like he's found something. Search complete, found Isabel. You did it! Isabel! Isabel, hey! Finally, after all this time. Are you listening up there, you godforsaken tower? You better open that damn mouth of yours, because this thorn in your throat is coming in. I'm going up, and I'm going to end this once and for all. Alva. How do we have an audio recording of her? Alva's here too. Who's there? Show yourself. Isabel. Can you see me, huh? Isabel, I'm right here. What is happening right now? Must be seeing things. Come on, let's go. That door leads to Solomon's hideout. Isn't Solomon dead? And the only thing that can open it is the Flame of Time. The Flame of Time? It's an invention of Solomon's, a ball of concentrated energy, basically. The bloke's dead now, though, ain't he? Then where could the flame have run off to? Ahem. If all we need is a ball of concentrated energy, can't Sam just fire a ball of concentrated energy at it? Mind if I say a few words? If Isabel was able to find the flame, then Isabel is our clue. If we follow her, we should be able to find the flame. Looks like we're going to have to rely on this little guy then to find the flame. Okay. Alright, is now another area unlocked? We have no quest marker. Isabel must have left other messages around Esther City. Let's use the Sonic Punk to find them. Alright. So, the mission now is walk around and scan everything. So, is the Sonic Punk in my backpack? I guess it is. Use the Sonic Punk to find them. Okay, how? Will it just automatically start, like, scanning stuff? Do we just start talking to everybody? Isabel must have left other message around Esther City. Let's use the sonic punk to find them. Alright, well, since I have no idea what we're doing now, I guess I'll just start talking to everybody. I saw a lot of people watching on the street. I look at their physique and wonder, how might I use these two hands of mine to recreate their forms? This idea of breaking and shaping at will, such an enticing thought, yes? Are you a serial killer? It's certainly interesting. As a novelist, I too have such impulses that infringe upon the world. The jazz here in Esther City is simply divine. What, here to make fun of me too, are you? Only those with nothing good to say go out of their way to talk to others here. Woof. Already talked to them, but let's talk to them again. Here for a drink or two? I'm afraid I won't be able to join you. Yep, we heard this. You heard the bird. Livy's supposed to give her presentation here tomorrow. Who's Livy? Yeah, heard this. What's the most important thing when a disaster approaches? Why, an ample storage of foodstuffs, of course. For us robots, that means enough ethanol to shake a stick at. But not for me. Nope, I am done with the alcohol. I am. Don't want any at all. Definitely don't want any at all. You're still not done. Ugh, I can't take it anymore. Just pick something already. What's wrong with strawberry? But I had strawberry yesterday. Then what about watermelon? Don't you remember? We had watermelon the day before yesterday, and the day before that, banana, and before that, we had strawberry, lemon, grape. You know what? Whatever, I'm just gonna stop talking. You just take your sweet old time picking something out. I hope you understand now why I normally skip the NPC dialogue. Climate cools, joints freeze, can't function properly. How did you like my performance? Pretty good, huh? I'm a robot ethicist, name's Patty. I'm currently conducting field research on robot lifestyle. My theory: to study robots, you first have to become a robot. Humans, bah, you really know nothing. You see robots as nothing but a flock of stiff-jointed imitations. Pathetic. You need to work on your delivery, my friend. A robot would never be able to speak the way you did just now. Let me show you how it's done. Humans, pah, you know nothing. You have a screw loose? Okay, it can't be from talking to people, right? It just can't be. Oh, okay. Here's the cutscene. Isabel! How strange. Yesterday, I was told Sharon would arrive at the Eternal Tower tonight. Then today, I'm told yet again that I have to wait until tomorrow. In fact, everything today has been exactly the same as yesterday, almost as if yesterday never even happened. You don't think time here is the same as it was back in that fog. Isabel, this must have been before she found whatever it was that led her to Solomon. Let's look somewhere else, Mr. the Sonic Punk. There must be more clues for us to find. Searching for Isabel. Alright. Nope. So, okay, literally just wander around until it triggers. Professor Ivan, are you here? He must not be back yet. You think he'll be mad if we let ourselves in? Of course he'd be mad. It's Ivan the monk. Shh. Ixnay with the unkme. Nikita hears this and I'll be a complete laughingstock. Anyway, if you guys have come all the way here then, the Sonic Punk found a signal. It's coming from your room. Then it's true. I knew I saw her. I knew it. Excuse me, but could we come inside? You're gonna come in even if I say no, aren't you? Then I suppose there's nothing for it. I'll open the door. Is this some kind of dungeon? The mouth on this girl. This is my lab, I'll have you know. Lab? I've been researching ever since you left. Extensive research on the Eternal Tower, only time hasn't exactly allowed me to make much progress. What was it that made you come back here then? I wanted to see that ghost with my own eyes. You mean Isabel? Yes, Isabel. Scanning the room. I have no idea how a robot scanning a place is showing us time distortions, but sure. This is Professor Ivan. He's nothing but a batty old cook. Batty old cook? This upstart. Through the mist, the discovery and the analysis of the temporal perspective, metaphorical representations of time in ancient legends, the psychological structure of time in the future. What a bunch of useless crap. Say that again, you damn kid. What's this? Don't touch that, damn projection. Ivan's diary? The time field has been activated, and so I will write this diary so as not to lose myself within this single endless day. Interesting. There may be something useful in here yet. Charon arrives tomorrow. The time field will be lifted, but I fear that the miasma will swallow Esther City whole. The only way to defeat Solomon is to ascend the Eternal Tower. It seems Nikita likes the pudding from the supermarket. And more useless crap. Damn projection. I've searched all across Esther City. Solomon has hidden the flame. All that's left is... What are you doing? You're not reading my diary, you hear? I need to know where the flame is. This is my room and my things, and I'll get it for you. Damn ghost. What's wrong? She ripped out the page. Keep up the search, yeah? There must be more clues than just this somewhere in the city. Oh, so that scene was pointless then. Awesome. Okay. Keep on searching. Nope, not over here. Wait, can I go down here? No, I can't. Oh, okay. It's been 13, no, 15 days now since I arrived in Esther City. My memory is getting worse and worse. If that Ivan fellow's research is correct, then today will always be the day after the time field was activated. And also the day before Charon arrives at the Eternal Tower, except that tomorrow never arrives in Esther City. Then the key. Damn, I can't let myself forget. The flame of time. Yes, the key to that tower is the flame of time. I'm gonna find it, Alva. I am, so just wait for me. Really? We needed to go up there just to see that. Okay, well, where haven't I explored yet then? Over here? No. Turn on. Where haven't I been yet? I've been down here. I've already seen everything there is to see here. I mean, just come back this way? Like this... Check the train cars? Nope. Is it gonna be the iron carbine? Nope. Okay, I have no freaking clue where to go then. Alright, I wonder what myself of the past would have to say about all this. If I had to guess, you'd have probably already cursed the door out, then left to drown your sorrows back at the dock. Don't remember you having this much of a mouth on you, Frank. Must be from hanging out with that smart-mouthed robot all the time. Ivan suddenly said he remembered something and then took off. Didn't even change his clothes. What a guy. You found anything yet? If I had to hazard a guess, I'd say there might be something in Pleasure Bay. We've been here already, though. What more is there to see? No, nothing here. Oh my god, really? I didn't go quite left enough to trigger it? The only person to die in the city that never dies. The only person to die in the city that never dies. Oh, what does it mean? You don't think I've already solved it once, do you? My memory's getting more and more fuzzy. If I'm not able to find that flame, then we'll end up losing ourselves completely to this place. Damn it, I'm definitely missing something. Gonna have to drop by there again. There? Where is there? Let's try asking Thomas. He's gotta know something. Thomas, Captain. The only person to die in the city that never dies. Do you know what this could mean? Where's that supposed to be? You guys aren't thinking of every possible place. Oh, look at you, Mr. Know-It-All, and how would you know? You don't even live here, shacked up on that island all these years. Wait, that island. It wasn't the Island of Time, was it? It was. But we just came from there. Solomon, that's it. That old bubblehead must not actually be dead. Arr, then mayhap his secrets are all what's buried in his grave. Then, let's go. Come on, John. Let's go back to the Island of Time. Thanks, guys. She's thanking us. Ha! Quite the 180 compared to Mother's former solemnity. Always had a crease in that brow, she did. And it was only when playing Earthborn that she'd crack a smile. Listen up, mateys. The day has finally arrived for our dream to come to fruition. We weigh anchor for the Island of Time. We'll be waiting for you at the dock, lass. Roger that, Captain. We're gonna find that flame, we are. So now we can go to the area that we're not allowed to explore earlier. It's freezing out here. I'll never get used to the weather on this island. Really. This is the edge of the time field. The winds are the worst out here. Everyone here then? Tain't no time to be grousing about the weather, lads. Up with you now. After me. Getting real tired of how damn cold it is here. Floyd, that rust-encrusted cog for brains, where is he? He was here when we were here earlier. Not sure what we hope to accomplish with him anyway. No bot of Solomon's is going to be filling us in on any secrets. Search complete. Search complete. Found Isabel. It was in the tree the whole time? Question mark. Come out, you two-eye toned freak. I know you aren't actually dead. There you are. Hand over the flame of time now. Or are you gonna force me to take it myself? Just what is it you want, girl? Riches, power, or perhaps to live forever? Now that you're in Esther City, you have everything you could possibly need. Not even death has any influence over you here. Yes, why then? Why go to all of this trouble to get into that tower? Don't patronize me, old man. Ho ho ho. Then it would seem you already understand. However, does that mean you're fully prepared? I'll do anything to save Alva. Brilliant. Absolutely, positively brilliant. What is it that moves you so? That's given you such drive? Loyalty, perhaps? Friendship? Or could it be love? Oh my, still a ball of fire, I see. Take it then. Take the flame of time. And ascend the eternal tower. And take what it is you so desire. Love, loyalty. I'm coming, Alva, and I'm going to find a way to save you. How did Alva even wind up here? So that's it. Solomon gave Isabel the flame of time. Arr, that was your friend, was it? Yeah, that was Isabel. She took the flame of time. Well, that sure does put us in a fix now, doesn't it? Solomon's buried right here. If only Floyd were here. Captain Pam, ship's docked. That noise, it sounds like you just stepped on something. What's this now? It's Solomon's grave. But there's no one in it. Wait a minute, I've got it. If that crazy kook isn't actually dead, then what would be a better place for him to hide his secrets? Good point. Come on, John, let's go check it out. Hold your horses there, you scurvy dogs. When next the bell tolls, us old folks very well forget what happened here today. But if you need us, well, you can bet we'll be there just as a sturgeon, sure as a sturgeon. You guys. Aww. Go on then. Just like before, really. We'll keep an eye on things back here. Alright. Before that, make sure to save. Island of Time. Okay, so this is going to be the rest of the whole area then? Gotcha. There's two different directions to go. I'm guessing up is not progress? Yeah. Buy energy drink, ammo pack, or bomb pack. Nah, I'm good. Alright, before we move on to the main dungeon, need to take a quick bathroom break, so I will be back in a bit. Okay, so I can bomb this open. Okay, so we'll be coming back here when that's raised up. Gotcha. Oh, Sam can kill these things? I did not know that. I would have been using that constantly if I knew that. Heart orb. 2 more to go. I'm gonna guess that's the last one of the game then, because we're pretty close to ending, I would think. Island of Time again. He's not coming with me? Okay, there we go. Okay. So, can't get this yet. There we go. Advanced gear part. This is quite the soothing, calming track, isn't it? Salt. How much left of this? Okay, so it looks like it's pretty linear from here on out. It's just wind your way around. Gotcha. Yeah, they're just throwing upgrades at us now, aren't they? I can't hit it from here. There we go. Oh man, they were really running out of ideas by this point in the game, weren't they? It's just like, oh crap, the player's almost done with the game. Throw all the rest of the upgrades at them. Oh, should we put them behind interesting puzzles? Nah. Just have the player walk up and just break them like nothing. Even this dungeon is just one linear path. better heal. Was that fight literally just fight two dachshunds? All right. Oh yeah, they just got real lazy at this part, didn't they? It's just like one chest after another where it's, oh, it's just an energy field. Just shoot it. Not even a puzzle or anything to get through it. Alright, how do we get through this? So there's two switches. Well, I could throw a bomb onto them, maybe, but that wouldn't get both of them. A key is required, right? Yeah. That just leads to a chest. Oh, I can go down. Gotcha. So... Wait, isn't this really simple? Just do that. And then there's the key. Really? That doesn't work? Grave. Okay. Obtained the Flame of Time. Oh, and then the time reset. To be continued right now. Once again, I repeat, do we really have to see this cutscene every time this happens? Can't it just skip to after the cutscene? Or can we just get like a fast-forwarded version? Mm-hmm. I wonder, can we tell Floyd, now that we have the Flame of Time, now that we have the Flame, we can go to the Eternal Tower. Can we tell Floyd that Solomon isn't actually dead? Not even a flower for the old man. How depressing. Mm-hmm. We can't tell him. So that was the whole area. Captain Pam, we found the flame. Let's get back to Esther City. You remember the first time we took to the sea, Captain? Har, sea, me favorite word. Of course I remember. Nay, I could never forget such a heartwarming event. Har, 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 har. Oh, that's what's that bell is making that sound? I don't think so. Seems we're ready to wake anchor then. Har, har, har. All aboard, you scurvy dogs. Make sure you close the door good and tight, you old pothead, else the wind will blow it right off. Captain, we're going inside the Eternal Tower today, so we won't be able to help you deliver any letters. That's so, huh? That's so. Then you little fierce firecrackers must have found yourselves the Flame of Time, is it? We did. It was beneath Solomon's grave. It was there all along, was it? Then the day has finally arrived. Sorry for the outburst, but I just couldn't help myself. You wee jackanapes, run along now. And if you need anything, we'll be right there to help. Captain Pam, do you really not remember anything? Arr, I'm afraid nothing's coming to the old noggin, no. We've forgotten many a thing over time, but there's still some things your heart won't let you forget. No matter how much you want to forget them. Ain't that right, little Sammy? You do remember! We're off to the tower then. And we'll definitely bring Alva and Silva back, and Isabel back. Let's do fast travel. If I remember correctly, Isabel used the flame to light these things, but how did she do it? Those be the cages of time. Captain Pam! You're all here. Then you didn't forget. Forgetting things isn't so bad, to be honest. Lets you remember things all over again. Old Thomas over here filled us in on everything. What happened in the past, and what happened yesterday. About the flame, too. Do you know how I'm supposed to light these things, then? Like how Isabel did? This thing's of Solomon's design, so long as you have the Flame of Time, you should be able to open the door. You just gotta focus. Focus on the flame in your hands. Focus on the flame in my hands? Focus on the flame. Arr, quite something that was. The door should open now, shouldn't it? Seems you're still missing one thing. One thing, the power of friendship. Group hug. Indeed, and perhaps your friends will be able to help you out with this. No, oh, did I call it? Did I call it? This is where we're going to have the operation, is it? Heh, allow me to explain. This little scrapling's got way too much energy built up inside him, so much that none of my equipment back at the shop can store it. But you already took our money. Hey, let's calm down. I haven't gotten to the main point yet, which is precisely why we're going to have the operation here instead. In front of this tower. Aha, I see. We can use the door of the Eternal Tower to absorb all of this guy's energy, not only completing the operation, but also opening up the door. You bald genius, you really know your stuff. If we need to do this, then how did Isabel get in the tower? Well, still not as much as me, though. Like hell, you only wish you were as smart as me. And I'm not bald. My hairline has just receded a bit to the back of my head. That's great. You're going to be able to finish your operation, Daniel? If my calculations are correct, the energy inside of him should be just enough to open this door, which should wrap up the operation just about perfectly. But there's no use in me yapping on about it. The best proof will be to simply try it out. Come on then, kid. All our hopes are resting on your iron shoulders. Okay. What am I supposed to do? Just stand there ought to do it. Standing here. Didn't we have like a big Captain America energy absorption contraption before? We don't need that? At last, it opens. Then the operation was successful? I'll say it was. That abnormal energy of yours is gone. Kaput. How do you feel, Daniel? I'm not sure. Mostly just tired. A side effect of the operation, no doubt. Oh. What is the operation supposed to do for him, though? Like, wasn't the whole deal earlier that it was about putting an emotion chip in him? Now we're just absorbing his energy? The two of us shall retire, then, though I await the news of your own success with bated breath. Are you sure you're okay, Daniel? You look really weak. Wait, what? She's addressing Daniel, but they've already left, and she's staring at John? What the heck? What was that? All right. The Eternal Tower. Okay. Oh, do we have a time limit? Oh, okay. We have a time limit. Excuse me? Oh, I had to get that stuff out of the way first. Okay, this is kind of interesting. So is that going to be like each room now is a puzzle where you have to complete it in a certain time? Or is it just that one room? Turn on. Activate. Select floor up. Eternal Tower platform number 2. Oh, there's... Oh, it's just this. Okay. Found 150 salt. I'm guessing I have to charge this. This seems like it's something. No? Alright. Okay, so we got a switch that only Sam can press. The heck is this thing? Okay, switch that only Sam can press. Got it. Well, I can't leave without Sam, so... Oh, gotcha. Where is the chest? Well, it's signaling from over here. Aha! Advanced gear part. Oh no, another time field? Alright, so we go through here. Gotcha. Nope. Gotta hit it very precisely. There we go. What? backwards. All right. I'm very surprised that that didn't work. Can I just toss it from here, maybe? There we go. Excuse me, what just happened? Not enough special energy? What do you mean? So it's like dispelling the energy? What is... Okay, well then I'm stumped. Because... the last one did not function like that. I mean, this is clearly the way to get over here. Bomb that. And then it just gets rid of it. Yeah, this makes no sense. Why am I even doing that? Okay. Okay, so we get over here, and then I'm, you know, supposed to shoot this, but it won't let me. Every time I do it, it just says, oh, you don't have enough energy. Oh, wait. You don't actually have to hit that? Okay, so the bomb opens all of the pylons. Excuse me? Okay. So all of that opens, we get over here, and then it's like, okay. What now? All right. Is it just really janky? Like you have to be at a very specific spot in order to do it? I don't even need to bomb this open anymore, right? It's just stayed open for some reason? Yeah. Okay. Fire the beam. Okay, then what the heck happened to all the previous attempts? Every time I tried to do that previously, it would just dispel the energy. Do you have to not be standing too close to it? Wait, I can activate this? Wasn't there an entirely second direction to go, though? Then what is the point of coming over here? Is it that you can do either one and it doesn't matter which? Oh, they'll just keep spawning forever. Okay. Or not. So wait, before I move on, what is up here, if anything? Nothing yet. So does it not matter? You could just go either way? Or do you need to activate both? Regardless, I guess we'll see. Found an advanced gear part. So the fact that we're finding upgrades at this juncture means this can't be the last dungeon, right? Otherwise, why would we be finding any upgrades? That sound effect. All right, what do we got to work with here? There's a key that's required. There's a platform that can move. This is blocked off. Before I traverse this whole section... Alright, there's no way to proceed it past this. So yeah, it does have to be this section. And 150 salt. And then here's the key. Another time puzzle? Okay. So it looks like a gauntlet for Sam that she has to run through. What? Okay, well, we failed that. Okay. Well, that was a lot easier than the other one. All right, so what now that I've turned both of them on? Or did I actually have to turn both of them on? Okay, so I did actually have to turn both of them on. Select floor up. Eternal Tower platform number 3. Heal before we go any further here. Yikes. So we can go left or right again. Let's go right. Okay, so they layer on top. The yellow hearts layer on top of each other. Gotcha. Okay, so we hit the one there. It moves. Okay, so we've got that there. Well, that's what you call clicking the wrong button. Alright. I gotta get it on the side of the platform, I think. So right there. Well, that did not work. Can I hit it from here? I don't think so. There we go. Chest? Oh, it's this. Yep. 300 salt. A purchase vendor? No. Fish. How is that not hitting it? Okay. Another time puzzle, right? Yeah. All right, so we've got to call that for John. Eh? Gotcha. So let's top off our items first of all. I'm gonna run out of time. Yep. How do I get down there then? That was what, yeah, I like that. That was one of the better ones. You had to switch back and forth between them a whole bunch, manage the time. There were some enemies to fight. I like that. All right, part 1 done. Definitely need to use backpack items. And we're running out of them too, so there's got to be a vendor somewhere that we can get. Alright, what is over here on this side? There's multiple different ways to go here as well, eh? So what is on this side then? This looks like progress, so let's back up and go to that other one first. Found a hard orb. One more to go. out of energy. Alright. Now back to the main path. Gotcha. All right. Oh, I can't move it out of there. But it doesn't matter because I'm through. Probably have to be, yeah, I have to be her for this. I can go down there. What does hitting that do? Aha. Okay, so that takes you over here, which lets you go this way, which is up. So is this the secret, or is down below the secret? Oh no, this literally just takes you back in the same place? Oh, okay, so now we can hold this. We can move this here. And then hitting that opens this. Gotcha. There we go. That was clever. Alright, boss fight time? Or enemy gauntlet. Celebration? Another time puzzle, and we got to get all the way through here really quickly. Okay. But this one's all Sam. At least seemingly. Oh. Oh, okay. Aw, come on, really? I was so close. I guess you could make the platform come over here earlier if you... Yeah, okay. Alright, that was pretty straightforward. Wasn't there an area upwards somewhere that we didn't go to? Or did we not do that? Alright, next floor. Up. This power. The time field's core must be just up ahead. There's no turning back once inside. It's finally time to end this illusion. It's Isabel again. We're definitely on the right track. But what's she talking about, huh? After going through there, you can't go back to Esther City? Eternal platform number 4. Oh, another time puzzle. Okay, Sam has got to go through here, then we hit that thing. Gotcha, all right. We don't have a lot of time to do it. And the moment John gets over there, we switch back. Alright, gotta space out the time extenders more. Yeah, so don't use that immediately. Wait, what? The time extender barely extended it. Alright, I clearly am not doing this correctly. So first thing, we gotta get John over there. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Let's just wait for the time to run out so I can... We get her on the platform. That was another neat little one. Found steamed peppercorn ×3. Okay. So that lifts here, but then what? I don't see anywhere else that I can go. So you are supposed to go right from here, it looks like. There's a thing. Oh, is this a bombable wall? No, it isn't. Huh. There's nothing over there. Ah, they move independently. That's a dirty trick, having the enemies appear after I've already walked through the area. Well, will this counterweight it, though? I guess it will. I can shoot through the wall. I did not expect that to work. Ooh, save point, finally. All right. We can buy an energy drink. We probably need to top up on a bunch of these, don't we? Let's cook trip fish. Seafood skewers. Oh, I got a lot of octopus too. Octopus, cherry, lettuce. With electric chili sauce. Droop fried rice. What about triple octopus? What does that do? Seafood skewers again. Apple, fish, octopus. Steamed fish. And then we don't have enough ingredients to make anything else. So let's see. Yeah, probably just got to top up on these. No special message this time, eh? Just save your memories. Oh, is it about time? Yeah, the Sonic Punk can top us off again. Let's do that before we go any further. Let it start recharging. Okay. Let me guess, we both have to be on the platforms at the same time? Yep. Alright, this smells like a boss fight. Oh, the infinite spawn, okay. I figured as much. One more shield to go. Did we disable the time dilation field? Looks like it, maybe? Everything's gone to hell. Maybe that wasn't such a good idea. If the city is just caught in a time loop, why would everything instantly turn into a post-apocalyptic shantytown? Is that a centipede train? She's in pretty good condition. Must have been taken good care of. The iron carbine is William's pride and joy. We take it everywhere. I can see that. This rocket on the top, though, that has my interest peaked. You boys install this in hopes of catching up to Charon? Charon? Then Charon exists? The Black Dream, the envoy of death. Wait, doesn't William know that? Ain't idle rumors. I hope we never have to run into it. At any rate, you folks ready to leave then? We are, but we still have to wait for our friends. Friends? You mean John and Sam then, do you? Those two, they've still got something of import what left to do. But we can't just leave them behind. Don't worry your pointy little head. Just follow these tracks and you'll wind up at the station at the top of the tower. Oh, right. I found this in the engine. Some kind of coin? Must have been you folks. My lucky coin. Oh, what luck. I didn't think I'd ever see this again. Off you go then, and quickly now before the time field loses effect completely. What about you guys? We've got somewhere else we need to be. If you insist then. Daniel, let's get going, shall we? Coming. They're gone. That they are. I take it that's our cue then. Not yet. Mother hasn't come back yet. She's Sam now. Indeed, and seems like she's been taken good care of, too. That John fellow, he's a good guy. Har, 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 har. John, my boy. We meet again. Captain Pam and the Rocket Knight Legion. You guys came. We did it. Did you see? We activated the time field. We know. Time's returning to normal. And then we return to the bottom of the tower. What you see now is the real Esther City and the real Eternal Tower. The real Esther City? What you saw before was nothing but an illusion. Then, wait, Isabel is at the top of the real Eternal Tower? Your friend, you mean? Suppose you won't know unless you go check. Then, let's go. Come on, Jean, let's go to the top of the tower. Don't be in such a hurry, will ya? Let us at least take one good look at ya. She's sure been looked after good. That she has. Grown taller, has she? And been eating well, too. Probably better than that drivel Thomas makes. To be sure, the taste may reek of salty driftwood, but I wouldn't mind eating it one last time. You want some? Can whip up another batch. Har, 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 har. 'Tis a joke, me matey, a joke. Speaking of, John, my boy, give me that old pan of yours, would ya? I'd like to take a squint of the old eyes at it. Aye. A good pan it is, to still be in this fit of shape after this long. Wait, which pan are you talking about? My square one or my original circular one? Take it, John. Think of this as our final gift, and may it protect the both of ye. We obtained the Super Pan. The pan leveled up. It now deals more damage. She's really grown up. She has. All right. Enough with the sentimental sap, you old dogs. And you two, you'll be on your own for the battle ahead. But don't worry, you're plenty strong enough to handle it now. John, take care of Mother for us, yeah? She's in your hands now. And you, don't you go losing now, Mother. No, that's right. Sam, don't you go losing now, Sam. You guys, thank you. Wait, what happened to them? I must have known them before. Why don't I remember? And if I don't remember, why do I feel so sad? Did they disappear with the rest of the time field? This is it, John, the final battle. We're gonna bring Alva and Isabel back. So, go to the Eternal Tower, but... Wait, the iron carbine's still on the map, even though it's gone. Oh, it won't even let you enter the cars. Can we go back to Esther City? Nope. Somehow all the trains got moved, and we can't go back now. Ammo and bombs fully replenished. Eternal Tower. The final heart orb. You've collected 4 heart orbs. That's a weird layout for the hearts. Because if you moved 2 of them around, it would fit nicely in equal rows. Oh, we just go straight to the top now. So high, you really think Solomon's at the top of this thing? Did someone say my name? What's this? What is this? Yeah, really should have just killed him back on the Montgollywood train, shouldn't we have? After all these years, after these many long years, you finally arrived, Mother. You're Solomon? Wahahaha, such callousness. Don't tell me you've forgotten me. When was our last glorious reunion, Yes, it was when that foolish captain kidnapped you right out from under me. How is that seafaring bastard doing? Ah, come to think of it. It's you two who broke the time field, wasn't it? Wahahaha. Then that thorn in my side has surely turned to ash along with all his little friends. Don't you talk about Captain Pam like that. He's a good man. Good man. Yes. Yes. Then that would make me what, A bad man, is that it? The bad man who ignited the hopes of humanity amidst the miasma. The bad man who protected this city, this Esther city, from total destruction. But all of that's fake. This city, everything is just an illusion. Fool, is that what that dear captain of yours told you? Then what? You'd rather believe someone who is himself an illusion? Let me ask you this, Just what is this grand adventure you're on, That's what I would like to know. Who is this dear person you're traveling with? It's... Allow me to fill in the blanks for you, Moppet. All of this, me, him, everyone, this is all nothing but an illusion. I really hope that that's not actually the case. Please don't actually have that be the case. Like leaves chasing the mighty ocean current, that at any moment could find themselves plunged beneath the water. But one day, yes, if we could only wash ashore, we could sprout, bud, grow strong roots that burrow beneath the earth, until one day a mighty wave comes crashing down, swallowing us once more. Wait a minute, did Solomon just say that he himself is an illusion? I feel like that needs more elaboration. And then even more leaves set sail, searching for their own land on which to bloom. But you are different. You who shall live forever would never be able to understand the ebb and flow of we mere illusions. At any rate, I've said enough. Where is that other one, Other one? Wait, you mean the other me? She's gone. I already defeated her. What? Since when did we do that? Defeated her? You defeated her? Haha. You can't really believe that you could defeat her. You fool. Then let me test you. This almighty power of yours you claim to possess. Come. And try not to let me down. Wah! Oh, you can break these. Okay. so strong than the other one. It's just like I said, I already defeated her. No, stop! Stop it now! No! Obtain Solomon's Key, Wisdom. Did we beat him? John, we're here. We made it. Where is the story going? Like, I have no idea where we're going with all this. John, you're not an illusion too, are you? John is John right? Master Chef John, Combat Master John, Top Digger John, Blimpig Wrangler John, Lab Assistant John, Action Movie Star John. No matter what, you're just John. I almost let Solomon trick me there for a second. Come on, let's go. Alva and Isabel are waiting for us. Uh-huh. Dreadfully chilly up here. You sure you don't need my jacket? I'm fine. My body's recovered, I think. He's a robot. Jacket? Robot? Jacket? Robot? Jacket? Robot? Still, you mustn't overexert yourself. That operation was no trifling matter. I know. I'll be careful. William? Yes, Daniel? Are we going back to no, Dam City? At first, yes. I'd like to pick up Mrs. Tayama. And after that... How does Pot Croc Isle sound, Really? You really want to go back to Pot Croc Isle? Whether I want to or not, I believe my time away has reached its limit. Right about time for a little visit, I'd say. Oh, so super, that's just swell. Then I'll finally be able to meet my little brother. Oh, wait, I guess he'd be my older brother, wouldn't he? Daniel! William! Here we are. Where's Charon? Where are Alva and Isabel? Did you hear that, huh? Did you? Hear what, milady? I'm afraid 'tis not but we two populating this platform. I heard it. I did. What do you mean, we two? You mean we four, right? Or at least we three, if John's an illusion. Huh? There's something coming this way. Oh no, not Daniel. And now Sam gets angry because Daniel's dead and unleashes her full power. A welcome feeling, this. Yes, not bad at all. Charon not a regular train and was like a centipede train? Silence! Daniel! There must be something wrong with the programming. I'll have it fixed in no time at all. Yes, 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 there must be a way to fix it. I should have never had you undergo that operation. That attack, it would have bounced right off of you. We should never have come here. Yeah, why did you do that? Get on the iron carbine. John, I've made many poor decisions in the past, many that I regret. But you still have a chance to fix things. You can bring Sam back. Take this coin, would you? This coin, it was a prize for my very first adventure. I gave it to Daniel after he was born. That it would somehow have fallen into Sam's hands. What do you mean born? He's a robot. I can think it nothing short of fate, so I have a feeling it may be of some use. Well, don't just stand there. Go, off with you. Obtain the lucky coin again. Oh, a rare moment of emotion from John. Sharon departs from the platform at a vicious pace. This time, John doesn't hesitate. He leaps aboard the iron carbine. His past hardships, the friends he's lost, the miasma. None of this even crosses his mind. Right now, he has not but one goal: to save Sam. Sam has been taken, and he must bring her back. Faster, John. Faster. Did we crash the train again? Chapter 8, Mother. Achievement unlocked. End to the endless. No map available. Oh, a teleporter. What be this? Ooh, the synth. Gotta be honest, I'm kind of looking for a place to stop right now, but we'll see. What the heck is that? I thought we might have a kind of a rest period after having gone through all of that plot segment, but it seems like we're just continuing on and on. Okay, so what's over here to the right then? Oh, just a secret area? Found 300 salt. And a cooking station, eh? Fried rice. And still no save point either. Oh, no, did not mean to do that. sure to heal. Right or to the left? Really? Another heart container this late in the game? Okay, that tells me there's definitely going to be a ton of area left to explore. So I think we'll continue until we find the next checkpoint. That doesn't affect these things at all. Oh, this thing again. Look at that. Look at the hexagon backgrounds. Looks like a creepy face. God damn, this music is so good. Proto-breeder, welcome to the Charon Museum. Weapons are not allowed within the exhibition complex. John's weapons have been confiscated. You have an abnormally large amount of weapons on you. What's this? A pan. You can keep this. Do enjoy your stay. Okay, so we're not underwater, but it's like... No, we are underwater? Because stuff is floating? Huh. Quite the strange place, wouldn't you agree? Some people enjoy collecting machines. Naturally, Machines 2 will also collect people. Save your memories. Alright, well, I'm not sure how much of the game is left. I would imagine there's at least 3 more heart containers worth, so I have to imagine this is probably going to be the final area, but it's probably also going to be a really long dungeon. Otherwise, my thoughts pretty much remain unchanged. I've got a lot of issues with the game that I will save until the end of it, but we also still need to, I guess, see what the ending is, so. Alright, welcome back. So I believe we'll be finishing today. Again, still have a bunch of thoughts to give, but for now, let's just jump into the game and we'll get to all that later. I believe my weapons were confiscated for being here, right? Well, they still show in the menu. Wait, Sam has 2 other abilities that haven't been unlocked yet? Welcome, XP10. So we are on what I believe will be the final stream for Eastward. The Egg of Life, the ultimate invention, and the foundation of the human factories. This is the brain, the original prototype. Though made up of nothing but a single brain, its intellectual power far exceeds that of humans, which is what grants us unlimited mental capacity. Damn robot, how dare you speak of me that way? I am a person through and through. They have quite the temper, but it's simple enough to get them to work. You only need a little stimulation. Our technology become more advanced by the day. Before long, we completed our first artificial human. Born from the egg of life and completely customizable, the original method of procreation will no longer be required, to be replaced with a higher form of creation and a higher form of being. Having said that, the egg of life is still nothing but a product. To truly surpass the possibilities of humanity, and to realize the glory of mankind, we're still missing one key element. Please continue to the next room. So that is a brain, eh? What's this? A human. Quite the rare sight around here, and the first that's been able to spot me. I suppose in this day and age, anything can happen. That reminds me, what year is it? Have humans left this planet yet? From the monsters all over, I take it the miasma's still here, Quiet fellow, aren't you? But silence isn't a shortcoming. So wait, the brain is aware of what is going on in the outside world? I take it that's the real mother? This is Mother, the highest form of life, humanity's final answer and possessing limitless possibilities. One small piece of Mother can keep a human factory running for countless generations. Even if humanity were to be completely wiped out by the miasma, Mother would be able to restore civilization. Mother, the egg of life, and Sharon. These are the 3 elements to restoring civilization. Sharon sows death, Mother plants life. Wait, Sharon the train? Humanity must continue this cycle of death and rebirth in order to reach its true potential. Yeah, how are we underwater? I'm not quite sure that would work. Never fear, I know just what to do. journey before you requires not only strength, but wisdom. Well, we've reached the everything is abstract nonsense part of the plot. As if no one saw that coming. Damn fool, must have gotten lost again. When we yet wandered lost along the path of life. Oh, it's this again, okay. I'll go up this time. But I still can't help but feel that we're missing that yes factor, that ultimate clincher. This meal, it tastes like friendship. What? Are we gonna go through every character in the game? Like, what is happening right now? This meal, it tastes like friendship. Okay. Can I go backwards? Nope. Huh. Head already a jumble, is it? But wait, there's more. Okay. Oh, there's 3 of them now. Head already, yep, mm-hmm. This may be the worst part of the game. Slowly walking through repeated nonsense abstract scenes that mean nothing. Okay, is this basically one of those like old school Mario mazes where you have to take a different path each time? Arbitrarily? I think I just went the middle path every time, right? Okay, let's go down. Nope. Okay, up this time. Our goal is just ahead. Mm-hmm. I guess I'll take a different path each time. Let's go down. Is there a difference in any of the Sams that we're seeing on the screen? Like, am I supposed to be noticing something and one of them is the true one, and then we follow that path? Our goal, yep. Let me see if I can spot a difference between them. I see no difference between them. Alright, we haven't done the middle path yet, so if this doesn't work, we're on the middle path. Okay, middle path. Oh, I can actually run?
All right, finally onto an actual level. Super call miasma. But I have no other weapons besides the pan right now. Okay. Continuing the abstract nonsense, I see. All right. Are we gonna have a, like, are we actually gonna go back to a hub area after this? We have so much salt, we have unpurchased upgrades. It would seem crazy to have, like, another level after this, what seems like the final level at least. Two more hearts. Oh no, the miasma. Apple found. Okay, so just flip the switches. What is that? It's kind of hard to feel like tension when everything is so scripted. Like, yeah, Also, if she's trying to stop me, if she's trying to stop John, I mean, why are the walls so inconsistent? Some of them only narrow while others close completely. It's like you can just see the matrix and all the ones and zeros going through everything. You don't want to watch TV? Then what about your favorite game, You want to play Earthborn? Let me go! I'm not anyone's mother. Now let me go find John. You still don't understand, do you? These humans, they're not worth caring about. Allow me to cleanse this world, Just like before. I'm not listening to you. I'm not like you. I'm Sam, and John and I are gonna stop you guys. Alright then. Just stay here. Stay here for the rest of eternity, where not a soul will come to save you. Hey, come back. Let me go. Let me go. John. If the pink version was able to take control of her the whole time, why not just have done that originally? John! John, you have to save me. She has me trapped here, the other me. Ha 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 ha! How delightful. Humans are such an absolute delight. What's that? You haven't seen enough? Then how about this? John's going to put a stop to you because we're some kind of hotshot lab assistants. How was that? Quite on the money, I'd say. Ha 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 ha! You humans, so weak, you couldn't even hope to get near me. You'd be nothing without her. Let's play a game then, shall we? Yes, I've prepared a special something for you. What shall we buy? Nah, I'm good. Well, I guess, yeah, we have tons of money, so, you know, may as well. Not all reunions are a happy affair, but turn back now and there may not be an opportunity for a reunion at all. Save your memories? Still no map available. Okay. Cute, isn't she? Still just as cute as the day I first met her. She always envied you, you know. Traveling everywhere, going on your adventures, that was always her dream. But fate had different plans for her. She had no choice but to become New Dam City's guardian. You know, normally I'd have a theory about this, but the game is just devolving into abstract nonsense at this point, so we'll just see where this goes. Now, however, she's finally free. She and the train have already merged. What? And soon, the miasma will cleanse all of humanity. Her children will emerge from the factories once more, and they will carry out her dreams for her. As for me, I'll stay here, watching over her, protecting her until the end of time, so you can already see. Why I can't allow you to take another step. What is even happening right now? All we want to do is get Sam back. Why is Isabel suddenly fighting us? We have no intention of killing Alva. Okay, sure. Well, I have no ranged weapons, and there's no dodge function or walk. Okay, so you are actually supposed to do this fight. Alright then. Oh, so it's parry timing? Is that what it is? You've grown stronger, but my resolve is no less strong. Oh, you can't heal here either? Oh, what? Did I pause at the exact second I died? Alright, well, let's see. Well, I actually can't move. The game will literally not allow me to move. Yep, still can't move. Alright, let's just die and see if that resets it. Alright, can I move? Alright, I can move now. You've grown stronger. But my resolve is still resolved. And you actually can't attack her. You can only guard block. My path is so clear. So then why won't my sword? Ah, come then. This shall prove the victor once and for all. Alright, heal. What's the best heal I can use? Use that. Jesus. Alright. Oh my gosh, so when you use a healing item, it automatically takes you out of the menu. Alright, I guess that was enough, hopefully. Oh, we full healed. Alright. And I got more Hack's Hearts. Then it's come to this. It's over, Izzy. All of it. Alva! Is that you, Alva? What you've done for me, it's already too much. Alva. Those who've already died aren't supposed to live again. No, but you weren't supposed to die. And yet, it still happened. Well, she's not dead though, right? She's in a weird birthing chamber pod thing. Even you know that those things, they aren't me. Put down your... Okay, so she is dead. Put your sword, my sweet knight, and leave the rest to them. But they... I could see myself. Isabel, Alva. I'm so sorry, that other me. No, she is me, and I've been doing all of these horrible things. You're sweet as always, Sam. Alva. There. Fully charged. Whatever that... Okay. Listen to me, Sam. This isn't your fault. After merging with Sharon, I could see it all too clearly, and I see it now, too. That dark, overpowering will is just ahead. She's trying to control you, Sam. And if she succeeds, if she's able to take complete control of your power, then all of humanity is doomed. I'm gonna stop her. Come on, John. But the price to do so. I won't lose. I won't. Hey, Isabel, we could use some help taking down the ultimate bad guy. Are you gonna come with us? Nope. Just give up and walk away? John. No good then. The final battle lies ahead. John, promise me, no matter what you see, you'll know that isn't me. No matter what happens, you must stop them. You'll find a way. I know you can do it. Oh, I cannot switch to Sam, though. Yep, here's your final restock on everything port. Final Johnny. Welcome, friends. may not know me, but you surely know my many brothers. The name's Johnny, but everyone calls me the final Johnny. You're right to be cautious. You're hardened adventurers after all. We got our weapons back. But, trust me, I've got some top quality wares that will no doubt come in handy. Alright, well... I mean... I don't know which of these to buy, if any. Don't need any more backpack expansions. Okay, so let's just top off our ammo and bombs. The flame upgrade, I guess? Yeah, okay, flame upgrade. We can get another one, right? Because another one's advanced mode. Yep, advanced flame upgrade. Okay. Let's cook using the ingredients that we have still. Let's cook pork belly, cherry apple, glazed pork. And it is a new recipe. Glazed pork, that's my guess. Sweet and sour pork, okay. And then let's top off the rest of our healing, I guess. And heal. Must you really go this time? I'll miss you. In the coming days, I'll be like a particle, a wave traveling across the universe. The universe called John. Save your memories. Evil face on the wall. Use Solomon's Key Wisdom. Oh, so that's what all of these are for. Use Solomon's Key Courage. And use Solomon's Key Strength. Oh, we can switch to Sam now. All right. Alright, some kind of final puzzle. Alright, yeah, so I'm guessing we cannot shoot that barrier right now, so we gotta go disable those other things on the side. Okay, what's over here on the left? Same Thale. Does nothing. Aha. Oh, it's teleportation. Okay. But to what end? We get over here and then there's nothing. Oh, okay. Well, really not much of a puzzle. Let's just shoot the things and then walk over and smack it. Once again, I am praising the music. Okay, so we're gonna use the teleport pads to fight the boss in some way. Let's fight the weird robot chimera thing. This again, eh? All right. What? Why can't I teleport all of a sudden? I desperately need to heal, so let's do that. Need regular old healing. Alright. What are we doing? Oh, okay. We gotta wait to get around to this thing. Alright, now what? Finally got you, just a little further. John! Excuse me, what now? You're upgraded the frying pan to a spirit pan. Oh, okay, we just jump off from, 100 feet in the air. We're not gonna die somehow. Can we deflect those now? What am I supposed to be doing? Just charge up? Okay, parry. Gotcha. must then, to think you would have grown this much. Oh, please, enough games already. I'm not gonna let you trick me again. No, I suppose that won't work anymore. Fine then. I'll show you. I'll show you everything. I forgot to tell you, you see, just what it is that's happening while you've been puttering about on the train. My miasma has already been released. Remember this place, don't you? Deep underground where you once lived? I understand the people here. You may think of them as bad people, but no, they don't even deserve that moniker. They're much worse. See, no one even cares that you've left. It's almost as if you've never even existed. Now they're nothing but unfamiliar faces deliberating their night's dinner, closing their eyes and pretending that disaster isn't about to swallow them whole. And here, this is the city that you so desperately sought to save. Ugly, isn't it? Like a leech desperately clinging to the riverbank. You risked your own lives, lost an important friend, and all for what? You've accomplished nothing. This is where it all began. All the world's greatest minds live here, but what have they been able to accomplish? Reason and wisdom mean nothing in the face of absolute power, and now the city is nothing but forgotten ruins. Poor, pitiable humans. It's too late for them. Too late to even realize their own fate before they're wiped from this world. No, this isn't over yet. Ah, stop. Do you have any idea what you're doing? At this rate, you'll cease to exist too. These synth tracks kind of remind me of Infinity Train, if you've ever seen that. Then this is it. You don't even want to say goodbye? I don't need to. He knows. Knows that I'm not really leaving. How does he know that? Is that so? His face seems to believe that. One day we'll meet again. And thus hope had melted the ice of time. Courage had shattered the fetters of fate. The only thing they couldn't escape. This curse from the days of old. Was goodbye. The Grim Reaper's boat left humanity behind, and the princess and her knight turned their backs on what had passed. As the thick void finally receded, mankind emerged from its gloomy refuge. But the broken waves carved out a lonely island, and as the tide turned to rain, winds storm, only to vanish finally without a trace, it became time to set forth once again. It would be a journey ne'er before taken, towards the light beyond the far-off horizon. A light brighter than any star, and warmer even than the sun. Eastbound train, eastbound train. Ah, there. At 3 what? I can't read this. It's faded beyond recognition. Doesn't anyone take care of this place? So hot. If only I'd brought my swimsuit. So it's older Sam who's escaped whatever the heck. There's someone there. Good thing I didn't go swimming. Are you waiting for the train? My name's Sam. I'm taking the eastbound train. You wouldn't happen to know when the next train is coming? Hello? Can you hear me? What a strange individual. Are you all right? You look like you've seen a ghost. Oh no, my leaf umbrella. Ah, this is truly unfortunate. Why hasn't the train arrived yet? It's so hot. Okay, where are we going with this? Are the credits going to start rolling now? Or it's going to be revealed that whatever destroyed, flooded city this is New Dam City or something? Oh, that was an abrupt music change. Yep, that's the end. My God. Writer, Chen Pan, composer, okay. Hey, Joe Korolitz, composer, you did a great job, man. So, thoughts on the game, I guess. I suppose this game has a strange way of being segmented, unlike most other games. You normally have various thoughts on the different categories in the game. So you'd have like writing, which encapsulates main story, dialogue, characters, world design, you know, like visual storytelling, that sort of thing. Then you'd have audio, which would be like sound design, sound effects, music. Of course, have the graphics, which is the technical detail of the graphics plus the aesthetics of the graphics, and then you'd have the gameplay, which would include any gameplay aspects. And I would say for this game, I normally don't do like rankings out of 10, but I think you can clearly separate the various categories, the various like pillars of the game into those X out of 10 scores. We're gonna get a post-credit scene? Maybe? Looks like it. This is New Dam City? Yeah. That's William. Dad. The repairs are finished then. Oh, is that Daniel? No, that's Daniel. Yeah, I feel much better. I'm so glad. Oh, wait. If all goes well, we'll be able to depart tomorrow. So they're both Daniel? What? Tomorrow? Okay. Don't know why we needed that scene. Back to the main titles. Extra. Select chapter, play Earthborn credits. Let's go from here, I think. All right, so thoughts on the game. Let's start with, let's say, the gameplay. So I feel like the gameplay did not live up to its potential. Now, as far as running around in combat, basically the gameplay is mixed into two sets. There is running around levels, fighting enemies with combat, and then there's puzzles. to solve. And I feel like the combat is about a 5 out of 10. It's okay. It's nothing great. The puzzles themselves are a little bit more interesting, with having to use your different powers and splitting up between John and Sam, having to control the different characters, move through the map. Each of them will have unique powers that you have to use for the puzzles. So that the puzzle elements of the gameplay are about a 6 out of 10. The biggest problem I see, though, is that the game is way too easy and it never significantly steps up its level of challenge. So, for example, I was going through the final levels of the game. Like, I remember last chapter going through the tower, which is mostly a puzzle area, and feeling like the level of challenge in the tower, which is the first to last level in the game, is about on par with the difficulty and challenge I would have wanted from about midway through the game. And maybe even a little earlier than that. But that is the, first to last chapter. So it needed to become more challenging and more interesting as the game went on. Instead, it only ever reaches, I would say, the midway point on the difficulty curve. And then, of course, gameplay has some big issues. There's some sections of the game where you just straight up have to do backtracking through areas and there's no meaningful challenge, where it just stops you from fast traveling for really no reason. There's lots of segments where there are a lot of segments where you should be able to just skip immediately. Like, the game should just skip you to the next scene, but instead it just forces you to wander through the map. And there are sections where it straight up punishes exploration, because while the game's mostly linear, there are a few non-linear levels where you can go to multiple places, and there are areas where you just straight up are not supposed to go to them out of order, and if you do, you just have to backtrack all the way back to the start of the level. And that I believe is the absolute worst part of the game, when there is mandatory unskippable backtracking. The next thing is the graphics. They're quite nice. I enjoy it's competent pixel art. Now, the character designs are not as good. John and Sam are good, but most of the other characters aren't. I feel like the majority of the good character designs went to the main characters. So like John, Sam, Alvin, Isabel are okay. William and Daniel are okay. But then there's just like all the NPCs, all of the secondary or tertiary characters in the game, and there's whatever. So from a technical level, again, it's like, from a technical and aesthetic level, the graphics are like a 5 or 6 out of 10. They're all right. They get better when you start getting into like the moodier, more atmospheric portions of the game, like especially when you go into any of the factories or like this level. Any of the gloomier, darker areas tend to be more interesting visually, especially like the technological areas. But for the most part, most of the levels are just standard city, standard forest, standard cave, like nothing special about them. Moving on to the story. This game's got some major problems. So first off, I was really interested to know like who's the writer of this game, and I was trying to look up their writing credits, and I couldn't find any information online. But I did find that, so the studio that made this is, first of all, they're based in Shanghai, which I never would have guessed playing the game. This game feels very American. And even within the game, all of the characters have names, and all of the characters and locations have names and designs that are either English or Japanese. So I never would have guessed it's a Chinese studio doing this. It doesn't feel like any sort of like Chinese culture is in the game at all, or it doesn't feel like a game that's been translated from another language. It feels like a very American game. I believe the original studio, I read on there, like, about the studio, that they started with, it was just 3 people, and then they expanded as the game progressed. But they're still a small indie studio. And they said the inspiration for the game was one of the designers had this idea of like this post-apocalyptic setting with a train heading east, and that was where the whole thing sprung from. And that's fine. You can have a story that springs from a relatively simple concept, just like an image or an idea, that then spirals out into a bigger story. But this game feels like it didn't have a writer. It feels like a game written by game designers who are not writers, because the story's a mess. You have events and actions that just are written as and then. There's John and Sam are two people living in the underground, and then the mayor kicks them out of the underground, and then they find a village, and then the village gets destroyed by a robotic miasma attack, and then they get on a train, and then they head to the city, and then the city gets attacked, and then they leave the city, and then they get on another train, and it's a ghost train, and then they're caught in a time loop. It doesn't feel like any event logically progresses from one section to the next. It feels like a story that would be written by a 6-year-old, with no sense of story structure or pacing or interconnectivity or overarching themes. Then you've got problems of very, very significant pacing problems. First of all, there's just straight up filler, like the entire Mongoliwood section. There's trying to get through the time loop on the train. Tons of just busy work fetch quests, like, oh, you have to go over here and find the food for Lee, the casino owner. But then that food doesn't work out, and then you have to go find another food. I mean, there's entire levels devoted to go find the golden fish to feed to Lee. Entire filler levels. There's just gigantic filler sections. The game is 8 chapters long, with some of those chapters broken down into to be continued sections, and it feels like they only had enough story for 3 chapters. And then just filled the rest of it with padding. So there's like filler, which is just events that are completely pointless and could have been cut out of the story. And then there's padding where the events do matter, but they're stretched to fill up the runtime. And it really weighs down the game. And then there's just like the whole mystery of what's going on. It makes no sense at all. I don't feel like any of our questions were answered by the end of the game. You have what should be emotionally poignant arcs and character motivations that don't work. So for example, John is a silent protagonist, but he's a silent protagonist for no reason. Normally when you have a silent protagonist, it's for one of two reasons. Either you have something like an RPG setting where the player is meant to just imbue themselves into the game and design a character, but John is very clearly an already made character with relationships that already exist. Or the silent protagonist is so that they're a blank slate that the player can project onto. So, Link from Legend of Zelda. He's generically heroic, but outside of that, we don't really know anything about him. He never speaks. He's just a hero. And that seems to be kind of what they're going for here. John is a hero. But he very clearly has defined relationships with the other characters, and so the fact that he can't talk really doesn't work in the game, and it's never contextualized either as to why he can't talk. You have things like... So the core of this game should be the relationship between Sam and John. This, father-daughter relationship, but I don't feel like that was ever really explored. You needed little emotional scenes between those two, things like Sam gets tuckered out after playing around all day, and then John comes over and tucks her into bed, or they hold, they hug or they hold hands. I mean, they never show any affection towards each other whatsoever. They never feel like they're an actual parent-child relationship, and it's not helped by the fact that John never speaks. In fact, John and Sam don't even feel like real characters. They just feel like plot devices that are meant to get the player from one section of the game to the next to have the next level, or to just meet all the random NPC characters in the world. The closest they ever get to having any sort of relationship or connection with each other is the 1 or 2 times in the game when Sam clutches onto the back of John's head and he has her riding around on his shoulders. And that's it. You needed a section where Sam gets kidnapped by the enemy robots and John has to go rescue her, apart from the very end of the game, which sort of does that, but not really. And then I don't feel like any of the other characters in the game, I didn't care about anybody. Alva and Isabel are built up to be these big, important characters, and I don't really feel like that. In fact, they're not properly introduced until the 3rd chapter in the game, where John and Sam meet them basically just by coincidence and start working with them just because the plot says so. And then they disappear again for most of the rest of the game. We never really found out why the heck Solomon is... I mean, Solomon is like a little kid, but then suddenly he's also a super tech genius who's working with Mother to destroy the world. We never found out who even created Mother in the first place. The plan to destroy humanity and recreate it, was that a machine program that went out of order, doing something not intended by its creators? Was that the plan all along? Who came up with it? And the whole semi-post-apocalyptic setting with a mix of nature and technology, where you have a machine program AI trying to destroy the world and reshape it to create new humans, is just a straight-up ripoff of Horizon. Complete with a scientifically engineered and created little girl. The game has a serious problem with like charisma and having characters be likable. Obviously, it's taking enormous inspiration from Earthbound. It even has a pixel art RPG set in a pseudo modern setting with a little kid character with psychic powers. And they even have a game within the game called Earthborn. The enemy, the ultimate enemy is named Mother, which is the original Japanese title of Earthbound, Mother 2. So clearly it's taking inspiration from Earthbound. And also a little bit of Zelda, especially the look of the Earthborn setting, which is this like flat-ish yellow and orange 2D RPG. But also with gameplay that's somewhat reminiscent of like classic turn-based RPGs. So it's taking inspiration from a number of different places, but the characters overall are not interesting. You even have, like, here's a good example of like pacing and interconnectivity and thematic issues. We have this whole underground section of the game, which is our very start of the game in Chapter 1, where we see this underground city, John's a digger, and they have their various goings-on in life. Sam wants to get into school because apparently she hasn't been introduced to school yet. And then we leave that setting, I believe, in Chapter 1, and then it's never relevant again for the rest of the game. All those characters that you meet at the start of the game are entirely pointless. The town is pointless. You just get thrown off by the evil, corrupt mayor. Even stuff like Greenberg is this town that we come to, which is the first exposure we get to that there's an evil robot factory with a miasma attack that's trying to destroy civilization. And we spend all of one day there. And you even have this bewildering segment where there's this woman who's like, she's like a widow or has some sort of tragedy. I forget exactly what her backstory is. But John comes into town and suddenly she's in love with him. And it's like, you've known this guy for 10 hours. And he's a scruffy, scrappy-looking ruffian who doesn't talk, who's an outsider who you've never met before. And suddenly you're just deeply in love with him. Then John and Sam go into the robot factory and they find all sorts of ominous things like human embryos being grown in liquid vats and robots talking about unleashing some sort of miasma on civilization, which doesn't sound good. And then they leave and they never tell anyone about that. They don't alert the town, nothing, which kind of makes them indirectly responsible for the town being destroyed by the miasma. In fact, like, for example, Sam is seeing this weirdo pink hallucinatory version of herself that's talking to her, and she never brings that up to anyone. She never tells anyone what's happening. I believe John also sees that evil version of herself, and he doesn't bring it up to anyone either. And then you've got things like various characters addressing Sam as Mother and claiming that they know her, and some characters also claim that they know John from the past as well. And John and Sam never think to ask them, what are you talking about? Why do you think my name is Mother? You seem to think that you know me. What's that all about? Instead, Sam just gets angry. Stop calling me Mother. My name's Sam. And the game needed more connectivity, more overarching thematic themes, more things to make sense. Like our expulsion from the underground, that should have been the miasma attack. We should have gotten to know the underground people, and then the miasma attack comes in and either destroys the town, which is why we're forced to flee and would give us a motivation to, we need to find out who destroyed our town and all of our friends, or the town is under threat and we need to go stop that threat before it destroys the world. Instead, we're just sort of meandering through the story. Greenberg should have been a location that we were at for a significant amount of time and really built up this relationship between John and that woman who loves him, to justify why she loves him. You know, when the town gets destroyed by the miasma, we should absolutely love these characters and love all the people in this town and be really emotionally connected to it. And so when the town gets destroyed, it's a real gut punch for the player, and we want to go and track down the bad guys and get revenge and find out what happened and stop the bad guys from destroying the rest of humanity. And instead, it's just sort of like, we spent one day there, we spent one chapter in this town, barely know anyone, and the town gets destroyed, and then we just leave. It's like, okay, I guess that happened. And you can have a story that is more episodic, where John and Sam go from, you know, one place to the next, and they meet all these wacky, crazy characters, and there's like a problem to solve in each location. But I don't feel like the game even does that well. If you think about it, the game has 8 chapters and 5 locations. We've got the underground, which is totally irrelevant, and we don't care about anyone there. They move from there to Greenberg, which we spend one day there, barely know anyone, and then it gets destroyed and we move on. Then it's New Dam City, which I think we spend the most time in. But again, we don't really get to know anyone there. Not even Alva and Isabel, really. I think we get to know more about Lee than even Alva and Isabel. And then we leave New Dam City. We get to Montgollywood, which is just a complete filler section full of irrelevant characters. And then it's Esther City, which is this weird frozen in time / illusion. Like, remember, there's an entire like Ginyu force of dudes. These old guys role playing as like RPG characters, and they introduce themselves and say, "Oh, we know Sam, she's mother." And Sam's just like, "Stop calling me that. Shouldn't you ask, who are you guys? Why do you say I'm mother? What does that mean?" Nope. Go deliver these letters and go deliver them again. That was another horribly paced part of the game where you're just forced to redo the same segments with the same dialogue. There's all sorts of other characters, like William and Daniel, for example, are basically completely irrelevant. I think the only reason that they're even in the game is to make the iron carbine so that you can travel east. Outside of that, I don't think they do a single thing that's relevant to the plot. And the game seems to think all of these characters are so much more important than they are. Like the final epilogue scene is even showing William and Daniel as though it's some like big revelation or some teaser about like, oh, these guys are still around. Oh, I bet you're looking forward to these in Eastward too. But no, I don't care about them at all. And even the final parts of the game, did we ever really find out who Sam is? Who Mother is, really? Mother's just what, an evil AI or something? What is Sam's relation to her? We never find out. Even the final scene is confusing. Sam is older, somehow didn't die even though it seems like she did die earlier, meets John, has no memory of him, he doesn't introduce himself to her, and then the game just ends, really anticlimactically. So for a while in the game, I think before the Montgollywood section, I would have rated the story, so let's just say the writing overall. Actually, one more thing, the dialogue. Like, all these extra characters that you're meeting, there's all these extra characters to talk to, all these random NPCs in the towns and whatnot, and none of their dialogue is interesting. This is one of my pet peeves in especially story-based like RPG games, where you have all of this big cast of NPC characters, but none of them are interesting to talk to or have even relevant information to learn. If you're going to populate your RPG town with a bunch of NPC characters, they should either have information that's relevant to the game in terms of like expanding the plot, lore, or giving gameplay tips, or they should be interesting to read and listen to. But the NPC characters in this game are neither of those things. So let's compare this to, say, Disco Elysium. And I know that could be unfair because Disco Elysium is probably the best written game ever made. But specifically in that game, there's lots of side characters to talk to who are not directly relevant to the murder investigation that you're going on in that game. There's tons of side activities, all sorts of like random things to comment on in the environment. I mean, there are like books and games that you can play within Disco Elysium, and they're all funny and interesting and well written. So you want to look at that map on the wall and comment on it and hear Harry and Kim's thoughts on it. You want to pop open the Dick Mullins, fictional detective book and read Dick Mullins' investigation because it's really funny and interesting and cleverly written. This game doesn't have anything like that. It feels like all the NPC characters are just irrelevant, have nothing interesting to say, and that's why I mostly ignored them and only talked to them when I thought I had to. So for most of the game, I would say up until around the Montgomerywood section, like right before that, I would have rated the story or the writing overall, it's about a 4 out of 10. But as the game goes along and you see how little was thought out, how little there are satisfying answers to the mysteries, and how badly paced and how much filler there is, I would downgrade it to like a 3 out of 10. The story, so the worst aspect of the game is, of course, the forced backtracking sections, but those are not that prevalent in the game, and they don't go on for that long. But the story, so those are the worst sections, but they're not as egregious of a problem. The story overall is the biggest issue, and I feel like that is what was supposed to be the biggest draw to the game, because the gameplay is too simplistic and too easy for that to be the main draw. So the story needed to do the heavy lifting, and it doesn't. The story is not good enough to carry the game, and that is a big issue. There's even things that are bewildering and make no sense. So like, let's say this game is like, what is the target demographic for this game? That's something I was so curious about, because if this is supposed to be a family-friendly kids game, then you can forgive a lot of the issues. Like, oh, the gameplay is too easy and it's too simplistic. The puzzles are too easy to solve. Well, it's a kid's game. It's not supposed to be super challenging. Oh, the story is mostly filled with two-dimensional simplistic characters and you just like bounce around from one thing to the next with no clear through line. Oh, it's a kid's game. But then that idea is countermanded by so many things in the game. You'll have occasional swearing, you'll have some adult themes, there's straight up sexual overtones in some part and sexual innuendo, like having a sex robot on the Montgomerywood train that straight up says that she uses a glory hole to please her customers. So that just blows away any thought that this is supposed to be for kids. So yeah, those are my big issues. Now, coming around to something positive, the soundtrack is by far the best part of the game. It is just filled with one banger after another. So many of the songs are so good. And one of the things I'm really eager to do after finishing the stream is to go and listen to all the songs in the soundtrack. I already know there's at least 3 or 4 songs that I'm definitely going to buy from my personal collection, if not more of them. I believe, what was the name of the composer? It was Joel Shevitz, something like that. Joel Scholitz. Let's go look at the credits. Credits. Is it just going to play the credits again? Oh, never mind. I don't want to do that. That's not what I wanted to do. Well, whatever. Joel Shevitz, whatever the name of the composer was, he did a great job. Absolutely fantastic job. I really can't skip this? Okay, yeah, there we go. So yeah, overall, I would say the game is not good. The game is like a 4 out of 10. It wasn't terrible though, and I could definitely see some people liking it. If the simplicity of the combat and puzzles are not an issue for you, and if you don't really care about story structure, and you're just happy to go around and see like the different characters and, you know, the different quirkiness of the game, I could see you enjoying it. I think one of the things that baffles me so much though is that before I got this game, you know, of course I looked at some reviews just to see, hey, is this game worth getting? And a lot of people talking about how good the story is. And it leads me to think a thought I've had for a while now, which is I think that stories in games are generally not as good as stories in, say, other media, movies, TV shows, etc. Because, you know, in those, the only thing you have is the story, whereas a game has gameplay, of course. And there's some element of interactivity, even in regards to the story, that can also be appealing. I feel like a lot of people just have extremely low standards when it comes to stories in games. That or the interactive nature of it makes it more appealing to them. Like they are the character, they are inhabiting this world. Like they actually care more about it because it's an interactive game. And are more willing to give passes or just have lower standards in general for game stories. When really, if you were to take the story of this game outside of any of the gameplay aspects and it were to just watch it as like a movie, let's say, or if you were to just watch like a playthrough on YouTube and just skip all the gameplay sections and just watch only the story and dialogue, this would never hold up as its own thing. So yeah, I mean, the game is somewhat of a mixed bag. I didn't enjoy it personally overall, but I wasn't, unhappy. I think the biggest issues I had were after filler episodes where you just went through like 3 hours of nothing really happening. I think it was particularly bad in New Dam City, where everything relating to the casino and Lee and finding food, and then the Montgollywood section. Those were the worst sections in the game because it was just felt like nothing of importance was happening. All right, so that pretty much wraps up my thoughts. Hope you enjoyed this. I do intend to play more games. It's a nice break from the Magic the Gathering content that I've been doing, and I do want to do games and streaming in general. I do find it, this game had its boring sections, but I was never tempted to quit. I did want to get to the end and see what everything that the game had to offer, so yeah. Hope this was good for you, and I will see you next time.